welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story explores one of the most mysterious feelings we humans ever experience. We're diving into the tender and timeless question of why we fall in love and what love truly is. As you listen, allow your body to soften. Let your heart feel open and let your thoughts slow down. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can join us again for more gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your reflections in the comments. I always love reading them. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a deep, slow breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to unwind, and your mind to grow still. Leave behind the weight of the day and let your heart rest in calm awareness. Now, we begin our quiet journey into the wonder, the science, and the beautiful mystery of love. Once upon a time, before language gave name to feelings, there was a silent force that drew beings together. In ancient myths, love is often personified as a mischievous child or a capricious deity, shooting arrows or weaving fate. Yet love's story is older than any myth. It is woven into the very fabric of human existence. Across every culture and epoch, people have felt that mysterious tug at the heart, the yearning to unite with another, to know and be known. Love has inspired philosophers and poets, scientists and saints, each attempting to unravel its secrets. Even today, when we close our eyes and listen to our heartbeat, we might sense that age-old story unfolding within us. A story of longing and belonging that feels both utterly personal and as vast as the cosmos. In a small mountain village, a storyteller might begin the tale of love like a fairy tale. In a time when the world was new, the stars and the moon conspired to bring two souls together. This gentle, fairy tale-like tone reflects how love often feels. Enchanting and otherworldly, we find ourselves captivated by it as if under a spell, and we drift willingly into its embrace. It's no wonder that love is spoken of in hushed reverence. The Roman emperor-philosopher Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." In those simple words lies a profound truth. Love is one of life's greatest privileges, a treasure that colors our days with meaning and wonder. Each morning, the world offers us fresh chances to love and be loved. To partake in this age-old narrative, written in every sunrise and every heartbeat, from the beginning of recorded history, and likely long before, humans have asked, why do we fall in love? What is this feeling that can uplift us to euphoria or plunge us into despair? Philosophers of ancient Greece imagined that love might be a quest for lost wholeness. In Plato's Symposium, the playwright Aristophanes spins a mythic origin for love. Humans once were double beings, with two faces, 4 arms, 4 legs, until the gods split us in two. Ever since, each of us wanders the earth searching for our missing half, yearning to become whole again. As Aristophanes says in that tale, we used to be complete wholes in our original nature, and now love is the name for our pursuit of wholeness, for our desire to be complete. This poetic idea casts love as the pursuit of wholeness, a striving to heal an ancient wound of separation. Whether or not one believes in soulmates, cleaved by Zeus's thunderbolt, the sentiment resonates. When we fall in love, we often feel a sense of completion, as if something missing has been returned. The Sufi poet Rumi echoed a similar wisdom from a different culture and era, suggesting that the ones we love were somehow already with us in spirit. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along, he writes. In other words, love might be less about finding a stranger and more about recognizing a soul that was always meant to touch ours. This enchanting notion makes love feel destined and timeless, like two stars drawn by gravity into each other's orbits, shining brighter together. Yet even as these beautiful stories and quotes make love seem fated and spiritual, there is another side to love's story that is grounded in everyday human experience. Love is not only found in epic myths or poetry. It unfolds in the quiet moments of ordinary life. Picture a busy train station at dusk. Amid the hustle, two people spot each other across the platform, and their eyes light up. They weave through the crowd and fall into an embrace as warm and familiar as coming home. Or consider a person browsing books in a library on a rainy afternoon. They catch a whiff of old paper and coffee, and suddenly a memory of a beloved friend flashes through their mind, filling their chest with tenderness. The smell of soil after rain, that soothing petrichor, might remind someone of a childhood spent gardening with a grandparent they dearly loved, a scent bringing back an achingly sweet rush of love and nostalgia. These little moments are the quiet threads from which love's grand tapestry is woven. They soften and enrich the narrative of our lives, turning the mundane into something sacred and comforting. As we journey through this exploration of why we fall in love and what love truly is, we will blend science and poetry, history and philosophy, reality and imagination. We'll see how love lights up the brain and courses through our blood, even as it also illuminates our literature and faith. We'll listen to the wisdom of poets like Shakespeare and Rumi, the insights of thinkers like Plato, Nietzsche, and Arendt, and the findings of neuroscientists and psychologists. We will ask whether love is an act of freedom or a form of attachment, what role desire plays, how love relates to our mortality, and why it is entwined with beauty and truth. Intertwined and truth, through it all, our tone will remain gentle and enchanting, a lullaby of ideas, if you will, so that you, dear reader, might drift through these reflections feeling both illuminated and at peace. This is not a didactic lecture on love, but a meditative journey, so perhaps make yourself a warm cup of tea or coffee in the morning light, and let us begin our journey into the heart's most profound mystery, the science of love, hearts, brains, and biochemistry. In the quiet laboratory of our bodies, falling in love begins as a cascade of chemistry. While poets speak of the heart, scientists have found that love truly dances in the brain. When two people fall in romantic love, their brains light up with neural fireworks, a spectacle neuroscientists have captured in glowing fMRI images. In one groundbreaking study, participants viewing photos of someone they were madly in love with showed activity surging in dopamine-rich regions of the brain. Dopamine, often dubbed the feel-good neurotransmitter, floods the brain's reward circuit during these moments. The effect can be intoxicating. Biologically, it's akin to the high from a powerful stimulant. In fact, one Harvard Medical School publication noted that dopamine activates the reward circuit, helping to make love a pleasurable experience similar to the euphoria associated with use of cocaine or alcohol. Little wonder that new lovers describe feeling addicted to each other. Their brains are literally craving more of that beloved presence, as if it were a reward they cannot get enough. Imagine this chemistry in poetic terms. The first time you lock eyes with someone and feel that electric spark, it's like a star igniting within your brain sky. Dopamine streams through neural pathways, lighting them up like constellations. Your heart might race. Your palms sweat. These physical responses are triggered by the brain's command, yet they feel like pure magic. Your body is, in a sense, sounding an alarm and singing a joy all at once. Science tells us that the hormone cortisol spikes during early love, putting the body in a mild state of stress or alert. That's why the early stages of love can be accompanied by butterflies in the stomach and a thrilling, nervous energy. Biologically, you're on high alert, intensely focused on this new bond. At the same time, serotonin levels tend to drop in infatuation, which researchers believe may cause the obsessive thinking of new lovers. One psychiatrist wryly described these intrusive, maddeningly preoccupying thoughts as akin to a mild obsessive-compulsive state. In other words, early love is a kind of beautiful madness. Our rational calm is swept away by a flood of emotion and fixation, all orchestrated by brain chemistry. As the German philosopher Nietzsche quipped, there is always some madness in love, but there is also always some reason in madness. In the brain's logic, the reason for this madness is clear. Focusing on the beloved so intensely might help cement a powerful bond. Natura, it seems, uses a touch of madness to ensure we stick together. Within the brain's ancient architecture, love activates primitive neural circuits that humans share with many animals. The ventral tegmental area and the caudate nucleus, parts of the brain associated with motivation and reward, blaze with activity when people are shown pictures of their sweetheart. These are evolutionarily old regions, sometimes poetically called the reptilian parts of our brain, which govern desire and drive. Being in love, scientists note, isn't just an emotion. It engages the brain's reward system much like hunger and thirst do. To the brain, romantic love is a goal-oriented motivation, a drive as fundamental as seeking food or water, which might explain the determination and fearless energy lovers can display. Think of the legendary feats undertaken for love, long journeys, bold risks, and consider that in each case, the lover's brain was likely brimming with dopamine and norepinephrine, a stimulant that increases heart rate and excitement. Indeed, norepinephrine contributes to those racing hearts and sleepless nights early in love. If you've ever felt your heart pounding merely at the thought of someone you adore, that's norepinephrine at play, a physical drumbeat of passion. It's a reminder that love is not just ethereal sentiment. It's visceral and embodied, a total involvement of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, as passion ignites, another hormone quietly prepares to weave a deeper connection. During moments of physical intimacy, or even a warm embrace, the brain releases oxytocin, often nicknamed the cuddle hormone or love hormone. Oxytocin induces feelings of contentment, calmness, and security, the gentle emotions of trust and bonding. When a mother gazes at her newborn, or when partners cuddle after lovemaking, oxytocin is the chemical whisper saying, "Stay close, you are safe." In scientific terms, oxytocin and a related molecule, vasopressin, support pair bonding and attachment, which is crucial for long-term relationships. It's fascinating that nature has designed this 1-2 punch. First, passionate love storms in with adrenaline and dopamine. Exciting, a bit chaotic, even stressful. And then, if the bond is to last, companionate love settles in, fortified by oxytocin's peace and stability. It's as if the initial fire of love tempers into a steady glow. The Georgetown University neuroendocrinologist Thomas Sherman put it succinctly: love begins as a stressor, but then love becomes a buffer against stress. Early love might make us breathless and anxious, but enduring love can literally calm us and even make us healthier. Indeed, long-term loving relationships are linked to lower stress levels, better immune function, and longer life. Science is proving what many of us intuit. Being loved and loving in return makes us feel safe and whole, as if buffered against life's storms. In a very real way, love heals and protects. Consider how magical this biology is. Under a microscope or brain scanner, love might be chemicals and neurons firing, but in lived experience, those same chemicals translate to the warm glow you feel when your partner holds your hand, or the way your world brightens at your child's laughter. Dopamine's reward is felt as joy. Oxytocin's effect is felt as a serene warmth and trust. The clinical description: oxytocin provokes feelings of contentment and security, corresponds to something poetic. Perhaps the quiet bliss of a couple sipping morning coffee together in comfortable silence, sunlight on the table, knowing they wouldn't trade this moment for all the world. In that everyday scene, biology and love's subjective magic are one and the same. The coffee's aroma, the soft morning light, the gentle surge of oxytocin in their brains. Together, it creates a sense of heaven in the ordinary. Remarkably, love also turns off certain neural pathways. When we are smitten, the brain regions responsible for critical judgment and fear dampen in activity. This is why we often say, love is blind. We genuinely see our beloved through rose-colored glasses, overlooking flaws that might be obvious to others. Neurologically, this blindness is real. The amygdala, which generates fear and negative emotions, and parts of the frontal lobe, which critique and judge, go quiet in the presence of one's beloved. The ancient wisdom that love is blind was confirmed by modern neuroscience, as those circuits of skepticism are lulled into a kind of dream. In evolutionary terms, this makes sense. To bond deeply, we must trust and accept the other. Excessive criticism or fear would impede the union. In poetic terms, this neural quirk gives love its halo of idealization. Early in love, we often idolize the beloved, seeing only their best qualities, mentally airbrushing the rest. How many songs and poems speak of the perfect beauty of the beloved? Perhaps all lovers are part poet, crafting an image of the loved one that is glorified by affection. While science can demystify some aspects of love, it also deepens the wonder. Think of it. Evolution over millions of years honed these hormones and circuits so that humans and many other creatures could form lasting bonds. The survival of our species quite literally depended on love, on mates staying together to raise children, on social groups caring for one another. Love is nature's glue, binding us together for mutual support. When we ask, why do we fall in love? One answer is straightforward: because we are biologically wired to. Psychologists might say we have an attachment system, a built-in need to connect deeply with others, rooted in our infancy, when as babies we cling to our caregivers for survival. The famous attachment theorist John Bowlby argued that the bonds between lovers are not so different from the bonds between infants and mothers. Both are marked by intense longing when separated and deep comfort when reunited. Neuroscience backs this up. The same hormones, like oxytocin, that secure an infant to its parent also help bind adults in romance. Yet, knowing all this does not reduce love to just chemicals. In fact, it can make each loving moment feel more miraculous. Consider the smell of your loved one's shirt carrying their subtle scent. One whiff can trigger a flood of affection and memories, thanks to deep brain networks linking scent to emotion. Or recall the simple act of holding hands. This triggers the release of oxytocin, which is why it feels comforting. Two people strolling in a park, fingers intertwined, might merely be enjoying the day, but under the surface their bodies are forging trust and synchrony. If we zoom out to a cosmic perspective, the science of love even invites metaphors from physics. Gravity is a force that draws masses together. Love, one might say, is a force that draws hearts together. Albert Einstein, with playful insight, once remarked, "You can't blame gravity for falling in love." Indeed, love often feels like falling. An effortless, inevitable plunge, as natural as an apple dropping from a tree. Perhaps some cosmic law, as yet undiscovered by physics, tugs souls into alignment, just as gravity holds planets in orbit. While gravity pulls on bodies, love pulls on the invisible strings of emotion and consciousness. The comparison is poetic, but it speaks to a truth. Both love and gravity are powerful, pervasive, and mysterious forces. Einstein's joke hints that love operates on a level beyond the purely physical rules of the universe. Or maybe, as some romantics believe, love is itself a fundamental force of the universe. One charming but apocryphal story claims Einstein wrote to his daughter that love is the most powerful force because it has no limits, though historians doubt the letter's authenticity. Even so, the idea resonates in popular imagination, that love might be a cosmic energy underlying all. In summary, modern science tells us that falling in love involves a complex interplay of neurotransmitters and hormones. Dopamine sparks euphoria and focus. Cortisol and norepinephrine add urgency and excitement. Serotonin dips to make space for obsession. And oxytocin and vasopressin lay the groundwork for enduring attachment. Evolutionary biology explains that these mechanisms likely developed to bond mating couples and ensure parental cohesion and raising offspring, giving those who loved a better chance at survival. In a sense, we fall in love because our ancestors, who fell in love and stayed together, passed on their genes more successfully. Love helped humans form families and tribes, creating support networks in a harsh world. But none of this scientific understanding diminishes the subjective experience of love. If anything, it highlights how remarkable it is that a feeling can reach from the most primitive parts of our brain to the highest echelons of poetry and meaning. Love is biochemical, yes, but those very biochemicals allow us to write sonnets, to feel compassion, to sacrifice for others. In the laboratory of the soul, the molecules of love transmute into the music of love. The racing heartbeat and sweaty palms of infatuation become the ballads and love songs we all know. The calming oxytocin of long-term love becomes the quiet contentment of an old couple on a porch, watching the sunset in wordless harmony. The science of love, rather than stripping away its magic, reveals how deeply the magic is embedded in us, in every cell and synapse. We are, in a way, born to love. Why did nature endow us with this capacity to fall intensely, irrationally, gloriously in love? From an evolutionary viewpoint, love is a masterstroke of design. Consider that human infants are born extremely helpless, requiring many years of care before they can survive on their own. For our distant ancestors, raising a child to adulthood was a monumental task, too heavy for one person alone. The evolutionary biologist would argue that the pair bond, a lasting emotional tie between two mates, help solve this problem by keeping parents together. In essence, The intense attraction of romantic love brings two individuals together, and the warmth of attachment keeps them together, improving the odds that they will jointly protect and nurture their offspring. A professor of medicine, Thomas Sherman, phrased it well. An enduring preferential association formed between two sexually mature adults is evolutionarily adaptive. Couples live longer than their unpaired counterparts and pass their genes on more successfully. In simple terms, those who loved well, lived well, and had more children who thrived. Love became encoded in our genes because it helped us survive. This perspective might sound rather utilitarian. Love is merely a means to propagate the species, but there's beauty in seeing how generously life has arranged its continuity. Instead of pure duty, nature coaxed us into reproduction and parental care by making it deeply pleasurable and meaningful. Falling in love is thrilling and joyful. Caring for someone brings purpose and fulfillment. Thus, what is necessary is also experienced as profoundly rewarding. This elegant solution is akin to a cosmic joke. Nature ensures its ends by captivating us with one of the most delightful of experiences, love itself. We want to be together, to cherish children or kin, because we feel love. In this way, love is nature's sweetest incentive for some of its hardest work. Evolutionary psychology breaks romantic love into a few basic adaptive components: attraction, attachment, and, often, lust. Attraction draws you to a particular person, focusing your mating energy on them, presumably someone with good genetic or compatibility fit. Attachment then provides the glue for long-term partnership, crucial for creatures like humans who raise slow-growing offspring. Lust, sexual desire, ensures the drive to physically reproduce. Each of these has its biochemical fingerprint. Attraction is laced with dopamine and norepinephrine, that obsession and exhilaration. Lust with testosterone and estrogen, and attachment with oxytocin and vasopressin. It's as if nature used different instruments in an orchestra to compose the symphony of love, the fiery violin of passion, the steady cello of attachment, the rhythmic drum of lust, together creating a rich music that guides human behavior. Of course, love extends beyond mere child-rearing. In evolutionary terms, love likely also helped foster cooperation in groups. Early human survival often depended on strong social bonds in tribes. Trust, loyalty, and even altruistic love, care for friends, compassion for kin and community, would strengthen a group's resilience. The love a hunter-gatherer might have for their sibling or friend could motivate sharing food and defense. Thus, the roots of love also intertwine with empathy and social cohesion. We fall in love not only in the romantic sense. Humans also fall in love platonically, forming deep friendships and love their families. All these loves carry an evolutionary boon. They knit individuals into a supportive fabric, stronger than any lone thread. It's humbling to think that much of what we cherish and love has ancient origins. The tender kiss, the longing hug, the swell of pride watching a partner or child succeed. These likely echo down from our forebears thousands of generations past, who experienced similar feelings around campfires or under starlit skies on the savannah. Every love story is, in a way, prehistoric. The mediums have changed. Now we might send love texts instead of carving symbols on a tree, but the emotions remain timeless. A love letter from centuries ago can still ring true to a modern reader, because the evolutionary emotions are the same. The great novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky once wrote, "What is hell? I maintain that it is the suffering of being unable to love." From an evolutionary angle, This statement has a poignant context. To be unable to love is indeed a kind of evolutionary hell, because it isolates a person from the communal strength and purpose that love provides. A human who cannot bond or care might survive, but likely at a great cost of loneliness and lack of support. Our brains and bodies are literally designed to make love feel good. Conversely, social isolation registers as pain. Studies show the brain experiences rejection in similar ways to physical injury. To not love is against our nature. It deprives us of one of our fundamental needs. That is perhaps why lovelessness can feel like suffering, as Dostoevsky suggests. Evolutionary science and literature here agree. Love is as vital to the human spirit as oxygen to the lungs. If we take a step back, one might ask whimsically, do other animals love in a way comparable to us? Science shows many species form strong bonds. Certain birds mate for life, elephants show deep family ties, and even prairie voles, little field rodents, are famously monogamous due to vasopressin receptors in their brain that make them faithfully attach. These are echoes of love in the animal kingdom. A bird bringing food to its mate, or a dolphin pod mourning a lost member, stirs us because it looks like love's fingerprint beyond humanity. Undi, it suggests that love is not just a human aberration, but a broad strategy of life, a strategy to connect living beings in supportive units. Perhaps love, in its various forms, is one of nature's universal languages, spoken in the coos of doves and the howls of wolves caring for their pack. Understanding the evolutionary why of love enriches our appreciation without reducing its mystery. Yes, one reason we fall in love is to bind together for raising children and mutual aid. But that doesn't fully explain what love is to us. Evolution provided the scaffolding, but each person's love builds a unique structure on it, with personal meaning, cultural expression, and individual choice. We aren't slaves to biology. Humans have transcended the mere survival function of love to turn it into art, philosophy, and religion. We write poetry that no bird or vole ever will. We sometimes even sacrifice our evolutionary interest out of love. For instance, choosing a celibate life of service, or risking one's life for a stranger, out of altruistic love. These acts don't propagate genes, but they spring from that same well of empathy and bonding that evolution primed in us. It's as if the biological capacity for love gave us the toolkit to reach for something even higher, a love that can extend beyond kin and mate towards universal love for humanity, or a spiritual love for the divine. In summary, from an evolutionary perspective, we fall in love because it helped our ancestors survive and thrive. Love holds communities and couples together, providing a safe environment for raising young and mutual support. Our brains were sculpted to find love powerfully rewarding, ensuring that we seek it despite the risks, heartbreak, vulnerability. Because the benefits, cooperation, offspring, emotional fulfillment, outweighed those risks in the long story of our species. In a poetic sense, love is life's answer to life's challenges. Instead of facing the world alone, love compels us to face it together. And perhaps therein lies what love truly is on one level. Connection, the choice of life to bind itself to life, so that no being needs to walk their path in solitude. Now that we've peered at love through the lenses of biology and evolution, seeing its deep roots in our bodies and history, let's turn our gaze to how thinkers and poets have interpreted this miraculous phenomenon. For if evolution explains the mechanism of love's origin, philosophy and art explore its meaning, and meaning, after all, is what transforms a mere biological drive into the rich, many-splendored thing we call love. Long before brain scans and hormone assays, humanity sought to explain love through myths, philosophy, and spiritual insight. In the fertile imagination of our ancestors, love was often something divine or fated, a bridge between mortals and the transcendent. Ancient Greek philosophers distinguished types of love with uncanny precision. Eros for passionate desire, philia for deep friendship, agape for unconditional love. These categories hint that the Greeks saw love's complexity. It wasn't just one thing, but a spectrum from the earthly to the heavenly. Plato, in his dialogue A Symposium, portrays love, Eros, as a seeker of beauty and wisdom, ultimately leading the soul upward to the eternal form of beauty. One speaker in the dialogue, Socrates recounting Diotima's teaching, describes a ladder of love, starting from physical attraction to a beautiful body, then to all beautiful bodies, then to beautiful souls, to beautiful laws and knowledge, and finally to beauty itself, pure and divine. In this view, love is a driving force of the soul's ascent, turn desire into something sacred and enlightening. For Plato, the highest love transcends the personal and becomes love of the good and beautiful, writ large, a merging of love and philosophy itself. Yet it's Aristophanes' myth, which we touched upon, from the same work that has captured popular imagination most, the idea of each of us searching for our other half. This mythic explanation is charming and enduring. Even today, when people speak of finding their soulmate or other half, they unknowingly echo Aristophanes. The notion that love is the pursuit of wholeness resonates across cultures, perhaps because it addresses a deep human feeling that in love, we come home to something fundamental. When you love deeply, there is often a sense of recognition. I have known you before. Oh, you complete a part of me I didn't know was missing. In a dreamlike way, Plato's myth captures that uncanny familiarity lovers feel. Could it be that love is a reconnection of anciently divided souls? The poetic fancy, but one so beautiful that people have told variations of it worldwide. While the Greeks intellectualized love in terms of truth and wholeness, other ancient cultures wrapped love in the cloak of mysticism and divinity. In India, for example, the concept of kama includes not only erotic love, but also aesthetic pleasure and longing, and texts like the Kama Sutra treat love as an art to be mastered, a vital part of life's purpose. In the Bhakti movement of medieval India, poets wrote of God as the beloved, blurring lines between sacred and romantic love. This mirrors Sufi mysticism in the Islamic world, where poets like Maulana Jalal ad-Din Rumi and Yunus Emre used the language of human love to describe divine love. Rumi, perhaps the most famous Sufi poet, often sounds like he's talking about a flesh and blood lover. But on another level, he's describing the soul's love for God, or the universal spirit of love itself. Rumi urges the seeker to go beyond superficial love and find the love that moves the sun and stars, so to speak. One of his most beloved verses counsels, "Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it." In this view, love is as natural as sunlight. If it's not shining through, it's only because we've put up walls. Remove the barriers. Fear, ego, prejudice, and love will flood in, because love is the default state of the universe. How soothing and profound is that perspective. It suggests that love is less something we acquire and more something we uncover. When two people fall in love, perhaps they have simply succeeded in lowering their defenses and truly seeing each other's souls, which were lovable all along. This aligns with a mystical idea. Love is the recognition of oneness. The Sufi poets went as far as to say, the lover, the beloved, and the love itself are one. Rumi's poetic line, lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along, beautifully encapsulates this. It implies a unity at the heart of existence, that the separation between individuals is an illusion, and love momentarily dissolves that illusion, revealing the underlying unit. When you experience deep love, the boundaries of self soften. It feels as though a greater ocean of being is holding both lover and beloved. In that ocean, perhaps all souls mingle. Yunus Emre, a 13th century Turkish mystic, also speaks of love in unifying and humanistic terms. He advises, "Come, let's get to know each other and make our work easier. Let's love. Let's be loved. No one inherits this world." In these lines, Yunus Emre tees love to our mortality and shared humanity. The world is transient. None of us get to keep it. So what should we do in our fleeting time here? His answer: know one another, love one another. The simplicity is striking and comforting. The meaning of life distilled to love and understanding. And indeed, across spiritual traditions we find a chorus of voices saying that in the face of death, our own and those we love, only love makes sense as a response. Love becomes a way to transcend mortality, not by avoiding death, but by creating something that death cannot destroy: a bond, a kindness, a memory, a legacy of care. Even when we perish, the love we've given and received stays woven into the lives of others like an eternal echo. In ancient times, love was often considered a divine gift or a sacred madness. The Greeks spoke of eros as coming from Eros the god, piercing hearts with his arrows. The idea that we don't choose love, love chooses us, emerges in many cultures. Love as a fate or grace bestowed by powers beyond our control. This is why falling in love can feel destiny-driven. Think of phrases like "made for each other" or "it was written in the stars." These reflect an old belief that the gods or the universe orchestrate certain meetings. We may smile at the notion, but anyone who has experienced a chance encounter that blossomed into life-changing love knows it can feel uncannily meant to be. Perhaps we seek such patterns because love is so important that we hope it's guided by some benevolent force. And who knows, perhaps it is, whether one calls it God or karma, or the unconscious mind picking up on subtle cues. There is a mystery to why a particular person out of billions becomes the one to us. The philosopher Aristotle, unlike Plato, focused less on mystical aspects and more on down-to-earth understanding of love as deep friendship. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle extols philia, the love between true friends, as one of the highest goods. He famously said a true friend is like a single soul dwelling in two bodies. This quote is often attributed to Aristotle, capturing the idea of deep unity in friendship. To Aristotle, the noblest form of love was based on virtue. You love someone for who they are, their character, and you wish the best for them for their own sake. The truest love is stable and reciprocal. Here we see an ancient blueprint for what we now call companionate love, or even platonic life partnership. A married couple in their golden years, who are each other's best friends and moral supports, embody Aristotle's ideal perhaps more than Plato's fervent lovers gazing at transcendental beauty. Aristotle's view reminds us that love is also companionship, sharing values and life's journey. In the long run, he might say, loving is not just gazing at each other, but looking outward together in the same direction. To borrow a phrase from Saint Exupéry, this is a good moment to reflect on the everyday side of love, as seen through an ancient yet practical lens. Picture an old marketplace in Athens. Two gray-haired friends sit under a portico, discussing philosophy. Their friendship spans decades. They've seen each other through triumphs and losses. The love between them is steady, without fanfare, a warmth of knowing someone deeply. Nearby, a young mother cradles her infant, singing a lullaby. Aristotle might point out that she loves the child more than herself. If needed, she'd give her life to save the baby. That selfless quality, wanting the good of the other for the other's sake, is central in many philosophical definitions of love. Spinoza, a 17th century philosopher we'll discuss soon, defined love similarly. Love is nothing but joy, with the accompanying idea of an external cause. In plainer words, to love someone is to take joy in their existence and attribute that joy to them, thereby wanting their continued happiness. So the mother's joy in her baby's smile is love. She feels happy because the baby is, and she'll do anything to keep the baby safe and content. From the mystical poets to the rational philosophers, ancient and medieval thought on love spans a wide spectrum. But a common thread is that love connects us to something larger than ourselves, be it the divine, the form of beauty, the community, or the continuity of family. Love always points beyond the individual ego. In loving, a person steps into a broader circle. Two lovers create a microcosm. Families create a chain through generations. Mystics through love feel united with God or the universe. This expansion of self might be one reason love feels so good. It relieves the loneliness of being a separate self. The Roman Stoic Marcus Aurelius advised loving whatever fate brings. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together. But do so with all your heart. That is almost a mantra of anti-isolation. Embrace your place in the cosmic web and fully open your heart to those alongside you in it. It's practical wisdom with a poetic core. Fate, or chance, may throw people into our path. Our task is to truly love them wholeheartedly. Marcus Aurelius' Stoic approach also highlights another facet: love as a choice and action. The Stoics believed in amor fati, love of one's fate, meaning an acceptance and even affection for whatever happens, good or bad. When it comes to people, this suggests a deliberate cultivation of love towards others, not merely waiting for emotions to strike. Love, then, can be an attitude we choose, a stance of kindness and empathy toward all. This is not far from the Buddhist concept of metta, loving kindness, meditation, where one practices feeling love and goodwill for all beings. Thus, beyond the romantic and mystical, there's a philosophical view of love as a moral and intentional practice. We see glimmers of this in Aristotle's virtue friendship, in Confucian teachings about Ren, benevolent love in social relations, and later in religious commandments to love thy neighbor as thyself. The interesting paradox is that love feels spontaneous and involuntary, yet many sages tell us it's also something we can choose and cultivate. Perhaps the reconciliation is this: the feeling of love might arise unbidden. You can't force true romantic attraction, for example. But the practice of love, how we behave and maintain it, does involve choice. We fall in love, but then we stand in love, as one author put it, meaning we remain and grow in love by active effort, understanding, and will. The existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre took this further by declaring, there is no love apart from the deeds of love, no potentiality of love, other than that which is manifested in loving. In Sartre's view, love isn't a static state or mere feeling. It exists only in action. If you claim to love someone, it is only true in the moments you are actively loving, through care, sacrifice, kindness. This places responsibility on lovers to continuously create love anew through their deed. It aligns with the idea that each day, love must be chosen and demonstrated. That might sound like a sober take on what is often seen as a giddy emotion, but think of it as empowering. It means love is not just something that happens to us, like a spell we're under, but also something we do, like a craft we hone. In a quiet corner of a home, a husband gently prepares breakfast for his wife who is ill, cutting fruit just how she likes, bringing a flower in a vase on the tray. This small deed is love in action. In that moment, love is not an abstract concept. It is warm porridge and chamomile tea made with attentive care. Sartre would say that without such deeds, love's declarations are empty. With them, even without words, love is vividly real. Circling back to ancient wisdom, love bridges earth and heaven. For Plato and Rumi, it was a ladder to the eternal. For Aristotle and Marcus, it was the foundation of ethics and society. For mystics, it was proof of the divine in human hearts. And for ordinary people in every age, it was the secret solace that made life worth living. A line often attributed to Plato, though likely a later invention, says, "At the touch of love, everyone becomes a poet." The truth of that statement is evident across time. Love has compelled countless individuals, known and unknown, to express themselves in beautifully creative ways, be it a Bronze Age farmer humming a love song by the fire, or a medieval artisan carving hearts into wood. Love's touch sparked art long before modern times. Thus, from the perspective of historical and mystical thought, why do we fall in love? Perhaps because love is the soul's natural state, as the mystics suggest, a state of unity and openness that we momentarily return to. Perhaps because love connects us to truth and beauty, as philosophers like Plato posited, it's an impulse that leads us to something transcendent and real. Or because love is the highest virtue, as others believed, the fulfillment of our moral duty to care for one another. In each explanation, love is elevated beyond mere personal gratification. It is seen as meaning-making. To love is to participate in something profound. The continuation of life's story, the revelation of the divine, the creation of goodness. When we next hold someone we love beneath a night sky scattered with stars, we might recall that for millennia, others have stood under the same sky and felt that love linked them to the stars themselves. Maybe they whispered a name to the heavens, believing the gods heard. Maybe they simply felt, in that embrace, a oneness with all that is. Our modern minds know the stars are balls of gas and nuclear fusion. Yet when in love, a glance at the stars can still feel like looking into a mystery, with once beloved as the key to its meaning. In summary, ancient and mystical traditions teach us that love is far more than a fleeting emotion. It is fate and faith, wisdom and grace, duty and enlightenment. We fall in love, they suggest, because our souls recognize a truth, that we are not meant to be alone, that in loving another we find a mirror to our own completeness, and perhaps a fragment of the divine. Love truly is, as the old saying goes, as old as time. Each love, no matter how new, taps into this ancient current. As we move from these timeless ideas to more modern perspectives, keep in mind this rich backdrop, that in every "I love you" echoes the thoughts of Plato and the songs of Rumi. Whether we realize it or not, we are all in love, both living our unique story and retelling the oldest story in the world. If science dissects love and philosophy dissects its meaning, it is poetry and literature that give love its most resonant voice. Through stories and verses, humanity has explored every shade of love, its raptures and sorrows, its steadfastness and fickleness, its innocence and its madness. Literature doesn't merely describe love, it immerses us in the feeling itself. A well-crafted love poem can make your heart flutter as if you were in love at that very moment. A tragic love story can move you to tears over people who never existed, except in ink and imagination. This is the enchanting power of art. It lets us experience love vicariously, teaching us empathy and expanding our emotional repertoire. Consider William Shakespeare, who seemingly penned the very blueprint of romantic love in the English-speaking world. From the star-crossed passion of Romeo and Juliet to the witty, bickering courtship of Much Ado About Nothing's Beatrice and Benedick, Shakespeare covered love's spectrum. He gave us lines we still quote when groping to express the ineffable. In Sonnet 116, he writes of the steadfastness of true love. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds. Oh no, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. These immortal lines assert that real love remains constant through all challenges. It doesn't change when circumstances change. It weathers the storms. How comforting this ideal is, to think that love can be an ever-fixed mark, like a lighthouse guiding through life's tempests. Many lovers have recited those lines to reassure one another that, "I will be your constant, I will not waver." Shakespeare captures in poetry what we deeply desire love to be, a fixed point in a chaotic world. Yet Shakespeare also showed the fragility and folly that often accompany love. The course of true love never did run smooth. He notes in A Midsummer Night's Dream, nodding to the mishaps and obstacles lovers face. In Romeo and Juliet, youthful passion leads to both ecstasy and tragedy, a reminder that love's intensity can burn too bright and be extinguished too soon. Juliet's plea, "Parting is such sweet sorrow," perfectly encapsulates the paradox of love. Even the sorrow is sweet because it's born of love. And Romeo's famous musing, "Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs," paints love as something intangible and consuming, arising from our deepest yearnings. Through Shakespeare's words, generations have found expressions for their own feelings. When someone says, "She's the sun," or "My love's eyes are nothing like the sun," they borrow from the bard's palette. Poets from all cultures have done similarly. The Persian poet Hafez compared love to a flame that can either warm or burn the soul. The Chilean poet Pablo Neruda wrote, "I love you as certain dark things are to be loved, in secret, between the shadow and the soul." Such lines reveal how love pervades even the hidden corners of our being. Turkish folk poet Ashik Veysel sang of long, blind devotion with his famous line, "Long road, thin road, I am on its trail day and night," often interpreted as a metaphor for steadfast love that persists through hardship. From the Japanese haiku masters, capturing fleeting moments of love under cherry blossoms, to African oral poets singing praises of their beloved's beauty and character, the theme is universal. Love gives rise to art, and that art in turn shapes how societies view love. Oh, perhaps one of the most profound contributions of literature is to highlight that love is not always joyous. It is also entwined with pain. Tragedies like Dostoevsky's Characters Who Love in Vain, or Victor Hugo's Quasimodo, Loving Esmeralda, illustrate unrequited love's agony. Why show the pain? Because it's part of love's truth. Oh, as Khalil Gibran wrote in The Prophet, "For even as love crowns you, so shall he crucify you. Even as he is for your growth, so is he for your pruning." Love transforms us through both bliss and sorrow. In literature, We witness how lovers face separation, war, societal opposition, or even death, and these trials reveal the strength and authenticity of their love. We ache for them, and in doing so, perhaps steel ourselves for our own trials. When we cry for Anna Karenina, or rejoice for Elizabeth Bennet, and Mr. Darcy finally overcoming pride and prejudice, we're engaging in a rehearsal of empathy and emotional insight. Literature essentially says, here is what love might feel like in these extreme or subtle conditions, and we take those lessons to heart. Consider how everyday life brims with unconscious references to these cultural touchstones. A teenager writing a secret crush note might quote a pop song lyric, a descendant of poetry. A lover proposing marriage might invoke an image like growing old together, which echoes countless novels and films where love lasts a lifetime. Even our expectations can be literary. Some lament that real love isn't like the movies or books, while others actively try to model their romances on fictional ones. The feedback loop is constant. Life imitates art, which imitates life. We shape our personal love stories partly based on narratives handed to us by culture. This can be inspiring, but sometimes misleading. Real love may not always be as dramatic or tidy as a novel. However, those stories do capture emotional truths that guide us. Rumi's poems, to return to him, often feel like reading one's own heart. He writes, "The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you," implying that we internalize stories of love, and they make us yearn to live our own. Perhaps as children we first learn about love from fairy tales and bedtime stories. The princess and prince, the brave friend, the loving parent figure. These tales plant seeds. As we grow, songs on the radio and yet novels water those seeds with more specific ideals and longings. By the time we actually fall in love, our feelings arrive already entwined with narratives and images we've absorbed. We might find ourselves thinking in metaphors spontaneously. Her voice is music to me, or I melt when he smiles. Clichés, yes. But they became clichés because so many hearts independently feel them, and then find them expressed perfectly in some line of poetry or song. There is also the literature of letters and memoirs, real people's expressions of love. Take, for instance, the passionate letters of Heloise and Abelard from the 12th century, or Beethoven's famous Immortal Beloved letter. These personal writings often read like literature, because love can elevate anyone to eloquence. They teach us that whether you're a genius composer or an ordinary person, when in love, you grapple with the same surge of feeling and search for words. "He can't find the words" is itself a common phrase. But ironically, love often helps us find new words or art when none exist. A shy person might write a poem because plain prose won't do. A normally reserved individual might suddenly speak in flowery phrases. This is the poet in the heart awakened. Love loosens the tongue and the pen. Now consider the catharsis literature provides. In a safe space, we confront jealousy, heartbreak, longing, emotions that in real life might overwhelm or harm us if not understood. Through Othello's tragic jealousy, we learn its destructive power without having to ruin our own lives. Through the painful farewell in Gabriel Garcia Marquez' love in the time of cholera, we taste heartbreak's bitterness, but also its ability to endure decades until a sweet reunion. We glean that love can survive long silences and distances. a hopeful message for anyone in a long-distance relationship. We also learn that some loves are not meant to be, and that too is a part of life's story. For example, in Louis de Bernier's Captain Corelli's Mandolin, the message that love is what is left in a relationship after all the selfishness is taken out sticks with readers as a definition of mature love. In the everyday, we carry bits of these stories in our behavior. One might spontaneously reenact a scene from a romantic movie, proposing at a favorite spot, or dancing in the kitchen like no one's watching, prompted by the memory of art that moved us. Or one might heed a cautionary tale, not allowing a silly, prideful misunderstanding to fester, remembering how nearly it cost Darcy and Elizabeth their future. Stories equip us to live and love better by providing examples and warnings. Let's not forget how literature also celebrates non-romantic love with equal grace. The love of friends. Think of Samwise and Frodo in The Lord of the Rings. The love of siblings, as in Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, where the March sisters' bond is profound. The love of parents and children, as in Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, Atticus and Scout. These two form a vital part of the tapestry of what love truly is. A scene of a father carrying his sleeping child to bed, murmuring a promise to keep them safe, can be as heart-stirring as any sonnet. One cannot speak of love in literature without mentioning that love is often portrayed as transformative. Characters frequently emerge from a love affair completely changed, usually for the better morally or spiritually, even if the affair itself ended sadly. For example, in Charles Dickens' Great Expectations, Pepys' unrequited love for Estella leads him through pain to greater humility and kindness. Love humbles the proud, gives courage to the timid. Who can forget Cyrano de Bergerac pouring out his soul under the balcony? And teaches wisdom to the foolish. These narratives reinforce the notion that love is a teacher. It teaches us to be patient, to compromise, to empathize, to put someone else's needs alongside or above our own. A line attributed to Nietzsche via one of his characters says, "We love life not because we are used to living, but because we are used to loving." This suggests that love is what makes life lovable. Many a literary hero finds in love a reason to go on amidst adversity, or a cause worth fighting for. Love often supplies meaning where before there was none. In some, poetry and literature answer, "Why do we fall in love?" with a kaleidoscope of answers. Because it is the greatest joy, because it is our fate, because it makes us better, because it is terrifying, and we seek to overcome fear through it. Because without it, life is flat and empty. No single answer suffices, but taken together, these creative works affirm that love is central to the human experience. Our libraries and songs are full of it, because our lives are full of it. Through metaphor and narrative, we come to recognize our own experiences in others, and realize that, however personal our love story feels, we are part of a grand chorus that has been singing since the first human drew on a cave wall a figure embracing another. And as we continue to write new poems and lyrics, that chorus only grows richer. Finally, let us not underestimate the comfort literature provides in matters of love. When someone has their heart broken, they may find solace in a mournful Adele ballad, or in rereading a favorite tragic romance. It tells them, you are not alone. Others have felt this too, and survive. When someone is in the dizzy heights of no love, they might gift a book of love poems to their beloved, to articulate what they themselves cannot say. These acts help us communicate and cope. They provide a script for our feelings until we develop our own words. They also softly lull us with the knowledge that love's drama is part of being alive. One could even drift to sleep listening to a gentle love story. the words serving as a lullaby, reassuring that in a world of uncertainty, love's narrative at least is a familiar friend, the poetic and the real blend, as one might dream of a Shakespearean sonnet and wake up to send a sweet text to their partner. In the next section, we'll explore some philosophical reflections on love's paradoxes, freedom and attachment, reason and passion, questions that literature also grapples with, but which philosophy tackles head-on. As we proceed, remember the poet's voices we've just heard, because philosophy and science without poetry can make love sound dry. And we know love is anything but dry. It is moist with tears and sweat, rich with laughter and song, essentially the stuff of life. Love is rife with paradoxes that have long puzzled thinkers. Is love an act of freedom, or does it bind us? Is it selfish or selfless? Does loving someone mean we possess them in some way, or is true love about letting them be free? These questions strike at the core of what love truly is. Our own experiences might give contradictory answers. At times, love feels like liberation. At others, like a sweet bondage. Let's delve into these conundrums, guided by philosophers and our own reasoning. One central paradox: love as freedom versus love as attachment. On one hand, to love someone deeply often means to feel attached to them. You desire their presence. You miss them when apart. You perhaps fear losing them. Attachment in psychology is generally a bond that includes a fear of separation. But on the other hand, love is also described as a force that frees us from our loneliness, that liberates our better selves. Have you ever noticed how being loved can give you the courage to be more authentically you? A supportive partner can make you feel free to pursue your dreams, knowing you have a safe harbor. So, does love shackle or emancipate? The Buddhist perspective would warn that attachment, clinging, is the source of suffering. From that lens, a love based on clinging and possessiveness is a recipe for pain. Because nothing is permanent, eventually, there will be separation, even if only by death, and then the attached one suffers. Buddhism advocates for a form of love that is unattached, a metta or loving kindness that wishes others well without demanding ownership or reciprocity. This sounds lofty and perhaps abstract when contrasted with the fervent attachments we see in romantic love, but it offers a compass. Maybe the highest love is one where we love fully without trying to possess the other. Loving in a way that even lets go. It reminds of that saying, if you love someone, set them free. If they come back, they're yours. If not, they never were. While that maxim might be oversimplified, it points to a truth. Healthy love requires space and freedom. The French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre famously dissected the conflicts in romantic love in being and nothingness. He described the desire to possess the beloved's freedom. We want them to love us by their own choice, yet we wish we could guarantee they'll never leave. This is an impossible aim. If you rob them of choice, it's not love freely given. But if you allow full freedom, there's the risk they might choose differently one day. Sartre's on inherent tension. We want our lover to voluntarily enslave themselves to us, so to speak, to choose us and only us forever, of their own will. This push-pull can lead to power games or jealousy. How to resolve it? Perhaps by mutual trust, and by accepting that love is a risk. The American author Henry Miller put it nicely. The one thing we can never get enough of is love, and the one thing we never give enough of is love. We hesitate to give love freely because of fear. Yet we crave unconditional love from others. The resolution might lie in transforming attachment into something more empathetic and generous. The 17th century philosopher Baruch Spinoza, offered a clue. All happiness or unhappiness solely depends upon the quality of the object to which we are attached by love. If we attach our love to shallow or selfish objects, like loving someone just for their beauty or status, our happiness is fragile. But if the object of love is truly worthy, say, we love someone's virtue, or we love goodness in them, then even if circumstances change, that love holds a certain nobility that can outlast disappointment. Spinoza puzzles a highest form of love as an intellectual love of God nature, which was completely selfless and blissful. While that drifts into the abstract, in practical terms it suggests, elevate your love. Love the person's soul or inner qualities, not just how they make you feel or what they do for you. That way, you are less likely to treat them as a possession or an object of use, and more as a fellow traveler with intrinsic worth. Friedrich Nietzsche, known for his sharp insights, had a cynical take on possessiveness. He said there is always some want for power in love, even in the desire to do good to someone. We enjoy needing them to need our goodness. Yet, in another moment, he conceded the ennobling side of love, writing that in love, one person's happiness is dependent on another's, which indeed can elevate us beyond selfish concerns. Nietzsche's paradoxical stances remind us that human love is seldom pure one thing. It's a blend. Perhaps we start with more selfish or needy attachments and, through love's trials, learn to purify our love into something more selfless. Love can be a crucible in which our baser impulses, jealousy, control, ego, are confronted. If we face them honestly, love can refine us. If not, those impulses can poison the relationship. Another paradox: love as irrational versus love as irrational. Love is often depicted as blind or beyond reason. The heart has its reasons which reason knows not, wrote Pascal. We sometimes fall in love with someone who logically isn't good for us, or who doesn't fit our preconceived checklist, and yet, there it is, the pull, the attraction. People might abandon lifelong plans for the sake of love, defying what others see as common sense. Is love, then, a surrender of reason? Some philosophers thought so. Plato, intriguingly, saw erotic love as a kind of divine madness, not wholly negative, because it could propel the soul to great heights, but madness nonetheless, given by the gods. The term lovesick captures that sense that love can be an illness, derailing the mind. However, others argue that love has its own profound logic. The novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky had a character proclaim that active love can be a harsh and dreadful thing compared to love in dreams, meaning that real love requires work and sometimes sacrifice that one might rationally shrink from, but through that labor, it proves its truth. If love were entirely irrational, perhaps it would not have such consistent positive effects, like improving people's well-being, fostering cooperation, inspiring art. One might say love operates on an emotional intelligence rather than cold logic. It can perceive values and meanings that analytical reason might miss. For example, a person might not be, objectively, the most beautiful or wealthy, but the lover perceives their unique beauty and worth, a value judgment that is emotional intuitive, not quantitative. Einstein humorously noted the disconnect by saying, "Gravitation is not responsible for people falling in love," implying there's no physical law or formula. It's a realm where subjective truth reigns. that this person is immeasurably important to me, though to the world they may be ordinary. We might ask, is love wise or foolish? A stoic like Seneca might warn that pinning your happiness on another is dangerous folly, for you then have given hostage to fortune. Yet, virtually every spiritual tradition at its core preaches love, at least in the form of compassion. As wisdom, to love others is to live in harmony with the highest good. Perhaps personal romantic love has elements of foolishness, the jealousy, the needless drama we sometimes create, the way it can make even smart people do silly things. But it also has a core of wisdom. It teaches humility, patience, the value of another's perspective. In loving deeply, we come to know another person in a way that can be more enlightening than any theory. There's wisdom in a long-married couple's gentle routines. They have learned what arguments to let go, what idiosyncrasies to accept, how to communicate beyond words. Love as lived experience imparts a kind of practical wisdom no book can teach. Now, consider desire and mortality. Why do we desire beauty and connection so much, knowing that everything is transient? Some say it's precisely because it's transient. The 19th century poet Keats suggested that transient beauty is all the more poignant and essential. We savor the rose because it will wither. Love in the face of mortality becomes even more meaningful. It's a defiance of oblivion. This ties to the idea that love offers a sliver of immortality through children, genetic legacy, or simply through memory and impact. People often remark that love gives a sense of something enduring beyond death. Love is eternal, we say at weddings, meaning the effect of true love outlasts the lovers themselves. This isn't rational in a physical sense, but emotionally, spiritually, it rings true. We still feel the love of those who have passed, as if it's here. Hannah Arendt, a 20th century philosopher, offered a sobering reflection. Love, by its very nature, is unworldly, and it is for this reason, rather than its rarity, that it is not only apolitical, but anti-political, perhaps the most powerful of all anti-political human forces. By unworldly, she meant that love pulls people into a private realm of intimacy that can disregard the rules and structures of the broader society. Lovers often create their own micro-world of values and meaning. Our jokes, our song, our safe space, and that can be a refuge from the harshness of public life. Arendt isn't disparaging love. She's noting its radical power to create bonds that defy worldly divisions. But because love is so intimate and exclusive, focusing intensely on particular individuals, it can clash with politics, which demands broad, impersonal principles. Her insight touches the paradox of love's intimacy versus the demands of the outside world. Think of star-crossed lovers in literature whose love defies their families or communities. Romeo and Juliet's families feud, for example. Love can feel like us against the world. That solidarity is beautiful but can have costs. To manage this, we often find ways to integrate our love into the world. We merge families via marriage. We build a home that is both a private nest and part of a community. The negotiation between the bubble of two and the ocean of many is an ongoing balancing act. Let's address the idea of love and self-love. Can we truly love others if we don't love ourselves? Many modern therapists and thinkers say no, that a healthy self-regard is needed to avoid clinging or losing oneself in another. If love is a union of two individuals, each must have a self to unite. A person who hates themselves might either not believe they are worthy of love, sabotaging relationships, or might use love purely as validation, becoming dependent on constant affirmation from the partner. The ancient Greeks had philautia, love of self, which could mean both healthy self-respect and unhealthy arrogance. The healthy kind was seen as necessary for happiness. So one paradox is that we must stand on our own to join with another strongly. The strongest relationships often consist of two people who each have a solid sense of identity and life, choosing to share it. Then, love is not about filling a void, but about celebrating a fullness together. Simone de Beauvoir, existentialist and partner to Sartre, wrote that ideally lovers see each other as subjects, not objects, and embark on a shared project of life, rather than one dominating the other. This sums up many paradox resolutions. Treat each other with freedom and respect, work together, and love becomes a dynamic collaboration rather than a cage or a merger that erases individuality. In a successful long-term love, two people don't become one indistinguishable blob. Rather, they become two pillars supporting a common roof, standing apart but holding something together. Finally, the pursuit of beauty and connection, mentioned in the prompt, can be seen as one more paradox. We are drawn to beauty, outer or inner, as moths to flame, sometimes superficial, sometimes profound. Beauty inspires love, yet true love often goes beyond the surface and finds beauty in the beloved that others might not see. Do we love someone because they are beautiful? Or do they become beautiful because we love them? Surely you've seen an average-looking person absolutely glow in the eyes of their lover. Or two elderly partners find each other as lovely at 80 as they did at 20, even though youth's beauty has faded, because love has transfigured their vision. Love is blind, yes, to flaws perhaps, but love can also be said to have the truest vision, seeing the beauty that is real but hidden from indifferent eyes. When we chase beauty in an abstract sense, like an artist pursues inspiration, it's akin to how we pursue connection, looking for that spark. Cosmology metaphor. The universe began with a connection, particles joining to form atoms, atoms to molecules, stars forming from gravitational embrace. Similarly, perhaps love is a force of cosmic connection, manifesting in human hearts. If so, the pursuit of beauty, the spark that attracts, and the pursuit of connection, the desire to unite, are two sides of the same coin. The universe striving to know itself and become whole. That sounds poetic, but it's a satisfying integration of the ideas we've explored, biologically, chemically, historically, spiritually. We see trends of separation seeking union. In answering, why do we fall in love? These paradoxes show that it's not a simple answer. We fall in love to grow, to heal, to find ourselves, to lose ourselves, to connect, to learn to let go, all at once. Love is full of tensions, closeness and distance, mine and yours, joy and pain, reason and madness. But rather than concluding love is a contradiction, one might see it as a synthesis. It brings together those opposites into something higher, a living experience that can encompass them. Perhaps that's why love can be so challenging. It requires living with paradox. Yet, it's rewarding because it's through love that we often learn to reconcile and hold those paradoxes in balance. A practical reflection. One might notice in their own life that when they tried to clutch a lover too tightly, fear of loss made them act in ways that hurt the love. Whereas when they found the courage to trust and allow space, the relationship flourished. Or that initial infatuation, irrational, had to mature into understanding, rational for the bond to last. Or that one must continuously choose loving actions even when one doesn't feel lovey-dovey, because commitment fills the gaps when emotion fluctuates. These are everyday resolutions to the grand paradoxes: trust, balance, communication, and commitment. They are the unsung heroes that keep love going after the early fireworks. The philosopher Erich Fromm, in The Art of Loving, said love is not merely a feeling but a practice, an art that requires knowledge and effort. He emphasized care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge as core elements of true love. A mature perspective that harmonizes desire with ethics, freedom with devotion. As we near our conclusion, we see that what love truly is might not be one thing, but the harmonizing of many things. Biological need and transcendent yearning, personal passion, and universal compassion. Poetic dream and daily reality. Love is simple in the sense that a child feels it purely, but it's complex in that it extends roots into every aspect of life. It binds families and shapes societies. It drives art and can even influence politics. Think of great social movements motivated by love of humanity, e.g. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. preaching brotherly love as a force for justice. Love contains multitudes. To love is to embrace those multitudes, to accept that your beloved will sometimes frustrate you yet still be your joy, that you yourself will sometimes fail in love yet strive to do better, that love can hurt yet it also heals the very hurt it causes, paradoxically. As an example, if a misunderstanding causes a couple to fight, hurt by love, it is their mutual love that compels them to apologize and reconcile, healed by love. So, why do we fall in love? Because in navigating all these tensions, we become fully alive. We confront our humanity in its raw form and refine it. Love is arguably the greatest teacher and shaper of our lives. Or, as Sartre put it in a positive light this time, this is the basis for the joy of love. When there is joy, we feel that our existence is justified. In moments of true love, we indeed feel, this is why I am alive. It may not answer every philosophical query, but it satisfies the soul. Friedrich Nietzsche, known for his sharp insights, had a cynical take on possessiveness. He said there is always some want for power in love. Even in the desire to do good to someone, we enjoy needing them to need our goodness. Yet in another moment, he conceded the ennobling side of love, writing that in love, one person's happiness is dependent on another's, which indeed can elevate us beyond selfish concerns. Nietzsche's paradoxical stances remind us that human love is seldom pure one thing. It's a blend. Perhaps we start with more selfish or needy attachments, and through love's trials, learn to purify our love into something more selfless. Love can be a crucible in which our baser impulses, jealousy, control, ego, are confronted. If we face them honestly, love can refine us. If not, those impulses can poison the relationship. Another paradox, love as rational versus love as irrational. Love is often depicted as blind or beyond reason. The heart has its reasons which reason knows not, wrote Pascal. We sometimes fall in love with someone who logically isn't good for us, or who doesn't fit our preconceived checklist. And yet, there it is. The pull, the attraction. People might abandon lifelong plans for the sake of love, defying what others see as common sense. Is love, then, a surrender of reason? Some philosophers thought so. Plato, intriguingly, saw erotic love as a kind of divine madness, not wholly negative, because it could propel the soul to great heights, but madness, nonetheless, given by the gods. The term lovesick captures that sense that love can be an illness, derailing the mind. However, others argue that love has its own profound logic. The novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky had a character proclaim that active love can be a harsh and dreadful thing compared to love in dreams, meaning that real love requires work and sometimes sacrifice that one might rationally shrink from. But through that labor, it proves its truth. If love were entirely irrational, perhaps it would not have such consistent positive effects, like improving people's well-being, fostering cooperation, inspiring art. One might say love operates on an emotional intelligence rather than cold logic. It can perceive values and meanings that analytical reason might miss. For example, a person might not be objectively the most beautiful or wealthy, but the lover perceives their unique beauty and worth, a value judgment that is emotional intuitive, not quantitative. Einstein humorously noted the disconnect by saying, "Gravitation is not responsible for people falling in love," implying there's no physical law or formula. It's a realm where subjective truth reigns, that this person is immeasurably important to me, though to the world they may be ordinary. We might ask, is love wise or foolish? A stoic like Seneca might warn that pinning your happiness on another is dangerous folly, for you then have given hostage to fortune. Yet, virtually every spiritual tradition at its core preaches love, at least in the form of compassion, as wisdom. To love others is to live in harmony with the highest good. Perhaps personal romantic love has elements of foolishness, the jealousy, the needless drama we sometimes create, the way it can make even smart people do silly things. But it also has a core of wisdom. It teaches humility, patience, the value of another's perspective. In loving deeply, we come to know another person in a way that can be more enlightening than any theory. There's wisdom in the long married couples, gentle routines. They have learned what arguments to let go, what idiosyncrasies to accept, how to communicate beyond words. Love as lived experience imparts a kind of practical wisdom no book can teach. Now, consider desire and mortality. Why do we desire beauty and connection so much, knowing that everything is transient? Some say it's precisely because it's transient. The 19th century poet Keats suggested that transient beauty is all the more poignant and essential. We savor the rose because it will wither. Love in the face of mortality becomes even more meaningful. It's a defiance of oblivion. This ties to the idea that love offers a sliver of immortality through children, genetic legacy, or simply through memory and impact. People often remark that love gives a sense of something enduring beyond death. Love is eternal, we say at weddings, meaning the effect of true love outlasts the lovers themselves. This isn't rational in a physical sense, but emotionally, spiritually, it rings true. We still feel the love of those who have passed, as if it's here. Hannah Arendt, a 20th century philosopher, offered a sobering reflection. Love, by its very nature, is unworldly, and it is for this reason, rather than its rarity, that it is not only a political, but anti-political, perhaps the most powerful of all anti-political human forces. By unworldly, she meant that love pulls people into a private realm of intimacy that can disregard the rules and structures of the broader society. Lovers often create their own micro-world of values and meaning, our jokes, our song, our safe space, and that can be a refuge from the harshness of public life. Arendt isn't disparaging love. She's noting its radical power to create bonds that defy worldly division. But because love is so intimate and exclusive, focusing intensely on particular individuals, it can clash with politics, which demands broad, impersonal principles. Her insight touches the paradox of love's intimacy versus the demands of the outside world. Think of star-crossed lovers in literature, whose love defies their families or communities. Romeo and Juliet's families feud, for example. Love can feel like us against the world. That solidarity is beautiful, but can have costs. To manage this, we often find ways to integrate our love into the world. We merge families via marriage. We build a home that is both a private nest and part of a community. The negotiation between the bubble of two and the ocean of many is an ongoing balancing act. Let's address the idea of love and self-love. Can we truly love others if we don't love ourselves? Many modern therapists and thinkers say no, that a healthy self-regard is needed to avoid clinging or losing oneself in another. If love is a union of two individuals, each must have a self to unite. A person who hates themselves might either not believe they are worthy of love, sabotaging relationships, or might use love purely as validation, becoming dependent on constant affirmation from the partner. The ancient Greeks had philautia, love of self, which could mean both healthy self-respect and unhealthy arrogance. The healthy kind was seen as necessary for happiness. So one paradox is that we must stand on our own to join with another strongly. The strongest relationships often consist of two people who each have a solid sense of identity in life, choosing to share it. Then love is not about filling a void, but about celebrating a fullness together. Simone de Beauvoir, existentialist and partner to Sartre, wrote that ideally lovers see each other as subjects, not objects, and embark on a shared project of life, rather than one dominating the other. This sums up many paradox resolutions. Treat each other with freedom and respect, work together, and love becomes a dynamic collaboration, rather than a cage or a merger that erases individuality. In a successful long-term love, two people don't become one indistinguishable blob. Rather, they become two pillars supporting a common roof, standing apart but holding something together. Finally, the pursuit of beauty and connection mentioned in the prompt can be seen as one more paradox. We are drawn to beauty, outer or inner, as moths to flame, sometimes superficial, sometimes profound. Beauty inspires love, yet true love often goes beyond the surface and finds beauty in the beloved that others might not see. Do we love someone because they're beautiful, or do they become beautiful because we love them? Surely you've seen an average-looking person absolutely glow in the eyes of their lover. Or two elderly partners find each other as lovely at 80 as they did at 20, even though youth's beauty has faded because love has transfigured their vision. Love is blind. Yes, to flaws perhaps, but love can also be said to have the truest vision, seeing the beauty that is real but hidden from indifferent eyes. When we chase beauty in an abstract sense, like an artist pursues inspiration, it's akin to how we pursue connection, looking for that spark. Cosmology metaphor. The universe began with a connection. Particles joining to form atoms, atoms to molecules, stars forming from gravitational embrace. Similarly, perhaps love is a force of cosmic connection manifesting in human hearts. If so, the pursuit of beauty, the spark that attracts, and the pursuit of connection, the desire to unite, are two sides of the same coin. The universe striving to know itself and become whole. That sounds poetic, but it's a satisfying integration of the ideas we've explored. Biologically, chemically, historically, spiritually, we see trends of separation seeking union. In answering why do we fall in love, these paradoxes show that it's not a simple answer. We fall in love to grow, to heal, to find ourselves, to lose ourselves, to connect, to learn to let go, all at once. Love is full of tensions, closeness and distance, mine and yours, joy and pain, reason and madness. But rather than concluding love is a contradiction, one might see it as a synthesis. It brings together those opposites into something higher, a living experience that can encompass them. Perhaps that's why love can be so challenging. It requires living with paradox. Yet, it's rewarding because it's through love that we often learn to reconcile and hold those paradoxes in balance. Practical reflection. One might notice in their own life that when they tried to clutch a lover too tightly, fear of loss made them act in ways that hurt the love, whereas when they found the courage to trust and allow space, the relationship flourished. Or that initial infatuation, irrational, had to mature into understanding, rational for the bond to last. Or that one must continuously choose loving actions, even when one doesn't feel lovey-dovey, because commitment fills the gaps when emotion fluctuates. These are everyday resolutions to the grand paradoxes: trust, balance, communication, and commitment. They are the unsung heroes that keep love going after the early fireworks. The philosopher Erich Fromm, in The Art of Loving, said love is not merely a feeling but a practice, an art that requires knowledge and effort. He emphasized care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge as core elements of true love, a mature perspective that harmonizes desire with ethics, freedom with devotion. As we near our conclusion, we see that what love truly is might not be one thing but the harmonizing of many things. Biological need and transcendent yearning, personal passion and universal compassion, poetic dream and daily reality. Love is simple in the sense that a child feels it purely, but it's complex in that it extends roots into every aspect of life. It binds families and shapes societies. It drives art and can even influence politics. Think of great social movements motivated by love of humanity, e.g., Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. preaching brotherly love as a force for justice. Love contains multitude. To love is to embrace those multitudes. To accept that your beloved will sometimes frustrate you, yet still be your joy. That you yourself will sometimes fail in love. As an example, if a misunderstanding causes a couple to fight, hurt by love, it is their mutual love that compels them to apologize and reconcile, healed by love. So, why do we fall in love? Because in navigating all these tensions, we become fully alive. We confront our humanity in its raw form and refine it. Love is arguably the greatest teacher and shaper of our lives. Or as Sartre put it in a positive light this time, this is the basis for the joy of love when there is joy. We feel that our existence is justified in moments of true love. We indeed feel, this is why I am alive. It may not answer every philosophical query, but it satisfies the soul. Throughout this exploration, we've blended factual and the fanciful, just as love itself often blends the real and the ideal. In a sense, love is a bridge between reality and imagination. When you fall in love, you see a real person with all their actual traits and flaws, and yet you also imagine a beautiful future. You perceive a sort of halo around them cast by your own mind's hopes. Love allows us to dream with eyes open. A couple sitting in a cafe might be discussing the mundane details of their day, but through glances and smiles, they are also weaving an unspoken dream of a life together, a tapestry of plans and possibilities. In their minds, they fast forward to a cozy home they'll share, or adventures they'll embark on. Each loving relationship is like a little story in progress, with the lovers as co-authors, writing both in action and imagination. Remember the prompt suggestion. While explaining dopamine, drift into a poetic description of a first glance at a cafe. while citing Plato's Symposium, move into a dreamlike reflection on timeless love. We have done that weaving. Let's explicitly reflect on how love ties reality to the realm of fantasy in a healthy, enriching way. When two people fall in love, they often create a private world with its own language, inside jokes, pet names, its landmarks, the park bench where we first kissed, the song that played during our first dance, and even its mythology. It was fate that we met that day. You are my moon and stars. You are my moon and stars. These aren't real in a tangible sense. The bench and song exist, yes, but not inherently magical, except for the meaning bestowed by the lovers. Yet, this little world is very real to their hearts. It provides comfort, identity, we as an entity, and a sense of enchantment in the everyday. You could say love is a bit like a shared fantasy that you live out together. Unlike an isolating delusion, this fantasy is mutual and grounded in shared experiences. It's imagination harnessed to deepen connection. Consider the act of reminiscing. Lovers love to retell their story, how we met, our first date fiasco, that time we got lost on vacation and ended up under the stars, etc. Each retelling is reality turned into narrative, imagination. In doing so, they reinforce the meaning of those events, often highlighting the romantic or humorous over the uncomfortable. Real life often has wrinkles, the awkward moments, the little annoyances, but love's memory tends to sand down the rough edges and polish the sweet ones. This is imagination at work, not to deceive, but to cherish. We don't remember that it rained and our shoes got muddy. We remember that we huddled under one umbrella laughing. Thus, love actively edits reality a bit, focusing on the beauty. One might call that rose-colored glasses, but it serves a purpose. It keeps the relationship buoyant with positivity and gratitude. In a more profound sense, love can make people feel like they're living in a story or a dream. A man who never sang in his life might suddenly feel like dancing and singing in the street after a wonderful date, as if life has become a musical. A woman in the solitude of her night might pen flowery diary entries about her beloved, almost as if writing a novel. It is common to experience a kind of surreal euphoria in mutual love. I can't believe this is real, people say. That exclamation itself shows the mind marveling that reality has matched or exceeded a dream, because often we fantasize about love before it comes. Then when it does, and if it's good, life feels heightened beyond the ordinary. Even long-term love sustains a certain enchantment if tended well. A couple married for 40 years might still have whimsical rituals. Maybe every Sunday they dance to an old record, reliving the courtship days. Those moments are deliberately stepping into nostalgia, which is a blend of memory and longing, essentially a gentle dream. Some might renew vows or give anniversary gifts with symbolic meaning to keep the magic alive. It shows that even in the most established relationships, imagination nourishes love. Without it, things risk becoming stale or purely practical. On the flip side, imagination run wild without reality's grounding can be dangerous. Idealizing someone too much, so you ignore red flags or expect perfection. Or loving more the idea of a person than who they really are. This is where that bridge must be well built. Love should empower us to see the best in someone, but also to accept the real person completely. There's a fine line. One shouldn't love a fictitious ideal and be disappointed by the actual, but rather use that imaginative ideal as an inspiration for how to nurture the real bond. For example, believing your partner has great potential can encourage them, and indeed help them flourish. That's a positive use of idealization. But believing they're flawless will set you up for disillusionment. The bridge between reality and imagination in love is strongest when built on honesty and empathy. You see the truth of the person, their struggles, their humanity, and you overlay it with compassion and aspiration. You see them not only as they are, but as they wish to be, and you want to help them get there. We also spoke of bridging to imagination through cosmology and metaphor, comparing love to stars, gravity, cosmic events. In a very literal sense, the reality is we are made of star stuff, the carbon, oxygen, etc. in our bodies was forged in ancient stars. So when poets compare a lover's eyes to stars, there's a scientific truth glimmering. We and the stars are kin. Love often triggers such cosmic contemplation. Lying side by side under the night sky, many lovers feel strangely connected to the universe at large, as if their personal union is aligned with the dance of galaxies. Imagination, yes, but also a heartfelt truth that our tiny lives mirror bigger patterns. Is it coincidence that the orbits of binary stars, two stars orbiting each other, provide a neat metaphor for two lives orbiting around a shared center of gravity in a partnership? Science didn't intend that metaphor, but imagination seizes it to give meaning. We are two stars dancing in the void, held by the gravity of love. There's no harm, in fact, much wonder, in such thinking. Can be profoundly soothing. To feel one's love is part of something universal. Even physics has a place in romantic metaphor. Quantum entanglement, where two particles affect each other instantly across distances, has been whimsically likened to the connection between lovers who finish each other's sentences or sense when the other is in distress even miles away. These are playful analogies, not to be taken as literal science, but they illustrate how far our imagination will roam to understand the bond we feel. If you've ever had that experience of thinking of your partner just as they call or text, it almost feels like a telepathic link. Realistically, it might be coincidence or subtle cues, but lovers often smile and attribute it to our connection. That is an imaginative framing that makes the mundane feel magical. And why not? Nice poetry is made of these little interpretations. The key, perhaps, is that imagination in love should be shared and communicated. Problems arise when one partner is living in a very different imaginary version of the relationship than the other. That's why sharing dreams, talking about the future, expressing what you cherish in each other helps align your visions. Building fantasies together, like one day, let's retire to a cottage by the sea, or let's imagine our kids having your smile in my eyes, can be a delightful way to bond. Even if those fantasies evolve or reality differs, having a common creative vision strengthens the sense of we. Done by Tori Pibishan. It's a collaborative art project in a way. We also find that during times of hardship, imagination born of love can be a coping mechanism. Think of couples during wartime writing letters filled not just with news, but with vivid hopes for reunion, painting pictures of what they'll do when together again. Or someone caring for a sick spouse, imagining fervently the day they'll be well and what celebration they'll have. Those mental images carry people through dark hours. Love gives permission to hope, to envision a brighter reality than the present one. That hope is not trivial. It fuels endurance and resilience. In a quieter, everyday sense, every loving reunion, after a day apart, is a tiny realization of imagined scenarios. You might picture their face light up when you get home, and then it happens and it's real. There was a thought. Now there is an experience. Love constantly travels between the inner world, anticipation, memory, longing, and the outer world, phone calls, hugs, shared meal. Maintaining the bridge means being present in both realms, savoring reality fully, while keeping an inner flame of love burning through thoughts and dreams. As a final reflection on this bridging, children often represent the literal bridge of love into the future. They are born from love, in many cases, and carry forward traits and values. Parents often imagine a better life for their children and work to make it real. In that sense, love is propelling imagination into real change. A parent from a disadvantaged background might dream, "My child will get an education I couldn't," then strive to turn that dream into reality. Love is thus an engine for progress, personal and even societal. Many social reformers were driven by love for people to imagine a more just world and then manifest it. Love's imagination is at the heart of envisioning peace, equality, and harmony. It might sound grandiose, but it's true that empathy allows one to imagine oneself in another's shoes, which is the seed of ethical action, bringing it back to two people. Perhaps the most heartwarming example of imagination in love is growing old together. A young couple might playfully tease, "We'll be that old pair on the park bench feeding pigeons someday." It's half joke, half sincere goal. They are imagining a distant reality. If their love holds, one day they'll look back and chuckle. "Remember we used to joke about this?" And here we are. Reality and imagination converge then. The dream becomes memory. Life in the end is the collection of all such realized or half-realized imaginings. As Marcus Aurelius noted each morning, it's a privilege to be alive and to love, and part of that privilege is that we get to shape life with the clay of our dreams. Thus, love encourages us to dream, and those dreams in turn enrich our reality. It's a feedback loop of creativity and affection. One might say love itself is God's or nature's imagination at work. After all, evolution imagined complex bonds into existence. Perhaps in loving, we partake in a divine creative process, adding our little chapter to love's great story. By seeing love as this bridge, we also forgive some of love's illusions. We accept that it's okay we once idealized someone and later adjusted our view. That initial idealization was part of crossing into understanding. We can even cherish our past naive loves, recognizing them as steps in learning what love truly is. Just as a bridge is built plank by plank, our comprehension of love is built experience by experience, fantasy by fantasy, correction by correction. The interplay of real and imagined in love is not a flaw. It is its nature. We have traveled a long road through chemistry, history, philosophy, and poetry, and one thing shines clearly. Love is at once utterly simple and infinitely complex. It is as simple as a baby's laugh when held in loving arms, pure trust and joy, and as complex as the libraries of analysis it has spawned. Perhaps this duality is what makes love so captivating. Intellectually, one could study love for a lifetime and still feel there is more to understand. Yet emotionally, a moment of genuine love can feel completely sufficient and clear, needing no explanation. In concluding, let's return to the questions posed. Why do we fall in love? And what is love truly? After all our explorations, a succinct answer might be, we fall in love because we are meant to connect. It is in our biology, our evolution, our psychology, and our deepest spiritual yearnings. Love is the name we give to that profound connection that makes life meaningful. And what love truly is connection itself, a force that links us to others, and through them, to the world and to our own better self. Love is the discovery of ourselves in another, and the generosity of giving a part of ourselves to another. It is the courage to embrace vulnerability for the sake of intimacy. Love is the beauty we see in another person and the inspiration they stir in us. It is the root of compassion and forgiveness, for when you deeply love, you forgive flaws and even hurts, understanding we are all imperfect. In Marcus Aurelius' wisdom, it is accepting fate and cherishing those fate brings with all your heart. In Dostoevsky's terms, it is the opposite of hell, the salvation from the suffering of isolation. To borrow from the poets and thinkers cited, love is being pursued by wholeness, feeling incomplete until united with the beloved. Love is recognizing that they're in each other all along, a oneness underlying too. Love can feel like madness, yes, but as Nietzsche said, there's method in that madness, a divine sense to it. Love is an ever-fixed mark for those fortunate to find steady true love, a lighthouse through life's storms. And love is also a journey, not a static state. It has phases: infatuation, bonding, growth, perhaps challenges, deepening. And each phase teaches something. If asked for one practical takeaway, perhaps it is that love must be nurtured. All the magic we described does not sustain itself without care. The science showed us initial hormones settle after a couple years. What then keeps love? Choice, effort, kindness, and continuing to see the beloved's worth anew each day. Those long-married couples often say the secret is never taking the other for granted and keeping communication open. It's a bit like tending a garden. The soil, biology, is fertile. The seed, initial spark. Strong but weeds, misunderstandings, selfishness, must be pulled, and the plant, the relationship, watered with attention. The reward is a blooming companionship that only grows more beautiful with time. What love truly is might ultimately be beyond words. It is something to be felt. But if one had to define it in human terms, I would say love is the will to extend oneself for the purpose of nurturing one's own or another's spiritual growth. A definition from psychologist Scott Peck. It is simultaneously an emotion, a decision, and action. It is the smile you give, the tears you wipe, the hand you hold, the dreams you share, the fights you resolve, the sacrifices you make, the forgiveness you grant. It is life's greatest balancing act between giving and receiving, independence and union, reality and dreams. To love is to see the ordinary in an extraordinary light. It's as soothing as the smell of earth after rain when you are with someone who makes you feel safe. It's as invigorating as that first sip of morning coffee made by your lover, a simple act that starts your day with warmth. Love is hearing a certain song and being instantly flooded with memories of a special moment. It's the quiet goodnight text, the loud cheering from the stands for your partner's achievement, the soft lullaby to a child, the firm support when a friend is in need. Love wears many faces: romantic, familial, platonic, self-love, love for nature, or God or humanity. But the root is the same, a profound affection and a desire for the well-being of the beloved. So strong that it intertwines with your own well-being. We fall in love perhaps because, deep down, we know, as Marcus Aurelius did, that to live without love is not truly to live. It's noteworthy that people who recall their lives at old age often speak most about their loves, who they loved, who loved them, acts of love they gave or received. It suggests that love is the core of a life remembered. Careers, money, accomplishments are important, but love gives those things context and purpose. You earn to support your loved ones. You achieve to make them proud or to better society. Love for others. In our fairy tale-like narrative here, it's fitting to close with a gentle moral. Love is worth it. Yes, it can hurt. Yes, it requires work. Yes, it's complex, but it is worth every tear and trial. As Tennyson famously wrote, "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all." Why? Because love expands us. It makes us part of something bigger, a pair, a family, a community, the human story. Love, even when lost, teaches the heart to be stronger and more tender at once. And when love endures, it is the closest thing to heaven we may experience on earth. A state of grace in the ordinary. Picture one last scene. A very old couple sits on a porch at dusk. They don't need to talk. They've had a lifetime of conversations. The husband hums a tune softly, perhaps the song that once played at their wedding. The wife, wrapped in a shawl, leans her head on his shoulder. Between them passes a whole universe of understanding without a word. But the setting sun paints the sky golden, and they watch in comfortable silence. Their hands, wrinkled and fragile, are clasped together with the same gentle ardor as decades ago. This image is simple, but it radiates peace. This is love truly. Companionship, history, trust, care. In that moment, you can believe that love is the meaning of life, as countless thinkers have suggested. It's certainly the meaning of theirs. As they gaze at the horizon, perhaps they feel what the poet Rumi described, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right-doing. There is a field. I will meet you there. That field is love, a space beyond all dualities, where two souls meet in unity. They have met there, and will remain there, even if one crosses to the other side of mortality first. Their love's legacy might be children and grandchildren, or simply the example they gave to others of what love can be. Love leaves a gentle legacy in the world, a footprint in hearts rather than on soil. It inspires others to be kinder, to hold on through hard times, to believe in goodness. In closing this meditative essay, one hopes the reader-listener feels both informed and comforted. We touched science so you know your racing heart is normal, and your bonding urges are natural. We journey through history and literature so you see you're part of an epic human saga of love, not alone in your feelings. We pondered philosophy to appreciate that even love's challenges are meaningful puzzles that refine us, and we spoke in the language of everyday life and fairy tale wonder to keep it soothing and enchanting. For love is nothing if not enchanting at any age. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, perhaps with someone you love beside you, or with loving memories in your mind, or with the hope of love guiding your dreams, remember that love is both our oldest story and our freshest adventure each time. Why do we fall in love? Because to love and be loved is quite possibly the closest we come to understanding magic in this world. And what is love? Truly, it is the magic that turns ordinary life into a poem. The light that, as Dante said, moves the sun and the other stars. Sleep gently with that light in your heart. Let the last thought be a simple one. We live, we love, we are loved, and in the end, perhaps that is all we need to know.